Yeah, I've had my mic muted the whole time, but no one said anything, so. So I was just saying thank you for, that's 11 in a row. I'm going to have to give you some loyalty badges and send you some art, and I got to do something. Thank you for coming back over and over and over again. Especially when I take such long breaks. But I think I'll have more time to switch coming up, so. Thank you, sir. Yep, I always come back in my blood. I think when the year changes too, I'm going to figure out, or experiment at least, in some ways into marketing my art a little bit more. See if I can get more stuff. So, you know, I haven't done this in a long time because I've been doing some commissions and stuff. But there is a, since you subbed, back to monster queue. And if you want to pick a monster in, what name? I just made a new list. I'm so unprepared. Should have clicked my own link. So there's a shortened list. It's called Monster List Starter Pack. So if you want to pick a monster out of that one, I will do it after this guy. This is a Grimlock. And yeah, if you want to pick the next one in order, that would be appreciated. If you have time. Sure. Monster queue. just pasted it. Yay, they fixed chat. I cut and paste in a link into chat now. It wasn't working for the longest time on Mac. So how are you doing? Are you getting time off? You said you might be getting a little bit of time off. Things were not quite so hectic. Today? Huh? A lot of steps. Be right back. 1 minute. 2 minutes, tops. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. I am back. Yeah, I'm gonna be on for a while. Drive safe. See you back when you're back. Okay. I'll be here. Oh, show. Cave Geek? Wow. What are you doing, man? What? How? Yes, yes. The obvious, right? So here's what I'm working on. Is a Grimlock. How'd your stream go? Hello everybody, 17. Nice raid for me. Thanks. Thank you very much. Pretty rare that I get on this early in the evening. I'm usually like way before this or way after this, but a squash. Yeah, you know it's a club. Could be a bone, but it's a spiked club. But if you want it to be a squash, I will make it a squash. I'll color it a squash. Hello, DJ Jaina. Hello. Hello, Bub the Digger. Right? Bub the Digger. Bub. I like the names. I like that eyeball emote. That's really cool. So how'd your stream go? What have you been up to, Cave Geek? How's your shows? I haven't been able to watch your stream to see how your conventions have been going. Have they picked up, or what have you been doing with those? Done for with the cons? Yeah. So was the year, okay for you? I'll probably go to my first cons next year, so I'm totally have no clue if they'll do anything for me. But I'm gonna start super small. There's a tiny convention here in San Diego in March. Mostly comic books, but I'm gonna try it anyway. See what happens. Super cheap. So, easy entry point. I'm reading all the tried. Failed to defend Helm's Deep from zombies. Too bad. If they were orcs, you would have won. I should play Lord of the Rings. I think I'd really like it now. Oh, this year is kind of rough. Uh-oh. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, okay. Interesting. Well, for folks who haven't seen me before, this is what I do. I draw D&D monsters, creatures, characters, commissions. I'll open up my latest color one that I finished last week or earlier this week. So if you guys like this stuff, please follow me on Instagram, because that's where I post everything quickly. If you like watching true work in progress posts, I do that in my Discord. But here's a color one I finished before, so that's kind of, this one is going to get somehow to this level. I'm actually really liking the rendering of this Grimlock. Really happy with the way this is coming out. So that's my thing. Yeah, Cave Geek brought his viewers over. This time of night usually was my best time of night because I'd usually get all the leftovers once everyone else was done with their streams. So I actually got a lot more raids this time frame than any other. Yeah. Yeah, it's sort of my ASMR background noises. It's from a place called Tabletop Audio. I think that's it. You find out. Yeah, tabletopaudio.com. So he's got some songs, some background noises. This is called his sound pad, where you get to pick what sounds you want to go off and you can time them, how often they go. So that way you get something a little bit organic. But I like this stuff because, you know, it's sort of in the mood, right? This guy's a Grimlock. He lives in the Underdeep. So this is the Tabletop Audio's dungeon sounds. I'm like, yeah, let's do it. Never proof. Bay, hey. Or is it Baya Bay? Do a quick save break. I hope you can learn something from me. I make it a point not to teach because I feel like I'm a student, but if you got questions on my process, I'll be happy to answer. I'm gonna go back in case you didn't see this Baya Bay. This is a colored you know, art. So I do D&D monsters, creatures, commissions, characters, whatever. And then all the stuff that I'm working on now will eventually become a Dungeons and Dragons game playing supplement, so that you don't have to have the monster manual. The dungeon master can write the campaign or the game, the adventure, and then pull out the cards that he or she needs for the monsters and just plop them down. That's the goal anyway. I'll show the last two. So I'd done this one. See what else I got. Miniature. I'm trying to think what else I just did. Oh yeah. So this guy's a gnome. And this next one is a deep gnome vampire. And then this critter in the background is his, his polymorphed shape. What he changes into when he goes all monster. Oh, that's what I do. Right now, working on this Grimlock. Those are some really wonky feet. Say that for later. Take 3. Good luck this time. Good night. The twig blight. Perfect. So that'll be, for those who are still around, if you contribute to the stream, then you can pick the next monster that I do. So Tavastri just picked the twig blight. I have a link to a page, and there's a list of monsters called the starter pack. So yeah, so if you contribute, you can pick one of those. Twig blight. I don't even know what that is. So that'll be interesting search. Ofield, hello, how are you doing? And something came to mind about marketing. You're taking a marketing class, by the way. Yeah, ask away. I'll tell you what I do and if it's been successful or not. I think marketing is the hardest part of getting your job done. But ask away and we'll see if I can contribute. Well, if you do, well, it happens, but if you do market research, like true market research, then you'll be able to find out who the target audience is before you produce your product. Ideally, that's what you want to do, because if you don't do that, you're just shooting in the dark. All right. Well, if you have the money, that's how you do it. But, you know, if someone on a budget is doing market research, they're going to look into other products that are similar to yours and see if they can find out any statistics on the success of that product or not. So when you're on a tight budget and you're just starting off, your market research may be just to research the competition and see how they're doing. If you have the money, then you should be doing some focus groups of the target that you think. Well, let's say you have a product that you know is going to be towards a certain demographic. Then you should have a focus group that has that demographic compared to a focus group that doesn't have that demographic at all, and then compare the results to see if you really are on target for your market or not. No, it is not free flowing. So it will take some speculation because a lot of times you can't get the numbers. But if it's a public traded company, The numbers are public if you know where to look. I don't know where to look, but it's out there. If it's not a publicly traded company, you're right. You're not going to be able to do it. I mean, not conclusively. So all you can do is try to get as much statistical data as you can, and make your estimations based on that statistical data. And you know what? In the beginning, you're going to be making crap up. Now, you don't want to make it up willy-nilly, but what I mean by making crap up is you can only look at the information that's available and try to make an educated decision based on what you've got. It's called oh crap. Wait. Oh my gosh, I'm drawing a blank of the term. There is a term. It's not your focus group, but there is a term where it's your base group and you're comparing everything against the base group. Control. It's your control group. So your control group might be the demographic that you're targeting, or the control group might be the demographic that's a broad selection of all types of demographics. So then the control group may give you a certain result, but then the demographic group, if you're on target, may give you more positive results. So that's what you would try to shoot for. Or you might find out with the control group, like you said, the demographic might be, say you're targeting men, but maybe men a little bit older than you thought would be interested in the product. So then, yeah, you could change your marketing and change your advertising to target those people and see what the results are. Yep. Yeah, it's I'll tell you, a lot of the job of marketing folks is they're spin doctors. They look at the available data and they try to sell their programs based on the available data. But a lot of times, I mean, in the companies that I was working at, and I was working in a Fortune 500, basically it's a company owned by Home Depot. In the marketing department, while they had a lot of statistical data, in the end, they just kind of made guesses based on the data. Because they didn't have, I mean, they would do control groups once in a while, but usually it's just sales. So all they could do is test against their own sales on what was working and what wasn't. But they never found the magic formula to suddenly sell, 20% respond rate versus the 10% respond rate. So even though they tried, I mean, there was no magic formula. Yeah, you'll never have perfect data unless you've got a huge amount for in the budget for focus groups. And you need a large enough focus group that it actually represents your demographics, because sometimes your focus groups don't quite represent it. And you have to be careful because your focus groups might be biased, so you have to take the bias into consideration and all that kinds of stuff. So for example, my old company was talking to focus groups and they're trying to find out if our catalog was designed the best, or if there was something that needed to be improved on in our catalog. But the problem was, and I called this out to the marketing group, and the marketing folks didn't get it except for the VP got it. It's like, I said, how do you know that we haven't already trained the customers? So they're so used to seeing what we've given them that they have a bias towards that and think that's the best way. So it's really hard to get unbiased opinions, especially when you're dealing with a control group that is in the industry and has been in the industry a long time. Anyway, that's not your question. I don't know if that helps. I'm just babbling there. Yep, exactly. I'm babbling. Yep. I don't know if that helps. Right, and a lot of the games capitalize on what has worked well previously in the industry. That's why you're getting so many games now that are, you know, they're basically clones of each other. All right, I think I'll do a save again and start some inking. Yeah. Well, tell me more. Now, I mean, your course should tell you not just the technique, but how to, you know, use the technique to get positive results. Because this is what you're going to find out in the world. A lot of people know a lot of terminology and a lot of talk, and they say things that sound official and really good, but if they can't give you positive results, then it's all just talk. So for example, these marketing gurus for websites, you know, all about SEO, everyone says the same thing. They talk a good talk, but unless you find someone that can absolutely get positive results with their SEO changes, then you're just talking to someone who knows the speak but doesn't really know how to make change. And I think that's most SEO folks. Marketing is like that. Marketing is snake oilsman. You know, sales and marketing, they're the snake oil sellers of this time. So you gotta be careful. Anyway, let me see what you're actually asking me instead. I just can't help but babbling. Okay. Certain aspects of game design that are built into our subconscious because we played games for so long. I agree with that. It doesn't. I've been trying to find ways. Okay, yep. But it's challenging, especially when you are so close to something and frustrated with trying to get in for so long, to find a way to synthesize what you're getting into something you can actually use. Well, your course should be giving you real life examples on how marketing and marketing techniques has worked. So there should be case studies. So these classes are different. They started off teaching you the basics behind marketing, for instance. Started talking about what product or service offering is. Fight. in blue. Always fun. Blue. Pop of blue. Orders first. Oh, sounds good so far. Because they should be telling you the difference between marketing and sales. Why you need marketing. All right, Tavashri. Yeah, I probably won't be on all that much longer. Well, maybe. It's only midnight my time. A little bit longer. But yeah, have a great day. Have a great meeting. I'll see you next time, bud. Maybe. Marketing to one audience with a targeting of a different audience. So usually that's just part of the strategy of where you're marketing and in what voice, what technique you're using. Because your marketing will have its own individual voice. Well, I would look at it as a source of inspiration and ideas, but it may not be the end all. Again, case studies. Kind of need case studies to see how all the things that you're learning actually worked. That's for companies. Yeah, and I'll be honest, I spent years, because I'll use myself for an example. Because I wanted to be the true professional, because I knew a lot of people. I even knew people personally that were getting away with charging way too much money for their online marketing services. Way too much. And so I'm like, you know what? I'm going to learn this stuff and I'm going to be the true expert, because there's a lot of shysters out there. They talk the talk, but then when you actually ask them focused questions about the analytics, about how they get their ratios and all that kind of stuff, they don't know squat. But the problem is, you can learn SEO, you can talk the talk, you can have a conversation with another SEO person, but if you don't know exactly how the algorithm is working, then you're just kind of talking the talk. And I was using all the preferred tools, doing all the preferred techniques, and you know what? I wasn't getting results. Not on the limited budget that I had. You really, I mean, for it to work, you need a hell of a budget so that you can test the market and actually do stuff. But if you're on shoestring budget, like a lot of my customers were, there's no time to test. All you can do is do your best, and you know, the results were just not satisfactory for me, to the point where I gave up. I'm like, you know what, I'm not going to do this, because I know as much as I can possibly know, and it makes no difference. I don't have control over this. Yeah, a lot of folks would talk the talk and make the sale, charge for their intro package, get no results, and then customers, you know, trying to go find someone new. Because I was getting a lot of customers that were already had tried folks, and they're like, you know what, let's see what you can do. And I told them, I go, don't expect miracles. I can tell you exactly what my process is, and we can track it. But I said it's going to take years. If it was a new website with no domain authority, you know, it doesn't matter. Now, some of websites already have a really good, strong domain authority, so you get a really good head start. I'm backing up because, again, I was yapping. Yeah, I've never had anyone truly show me their results for SEO. No one's been able to say, yes, I grew this company's business. You know, if you do WordPress websites, I'd actually check out, oh man, there's some SEO plugin. It's the most popular SEO plugin for WordPress, but it's actually a good place to start learning on-site SEO. Okay, so I'm on your part where you're saying, don't you have to wait for spiders to do the work? The spiders nowadays are pretty damn fast, so you don't have to wait too long. I've made SEO changes, and I've seen Google see the changes within days, and then act on the changes within 30 days. So I would always tell my customers, let me see what I can do. We should see some moving of the needle fairly quickly, and then we can start tracking things. And I could move the needle with SEO or online marketing pretty easily, but I was never able to like get a landfall. Again, because the competition, some of that competition's been out there for a long time, and they have a pretty damn strong foothold. Oops, I'm not inking, I'm supposed to do outlets. And I don't care who you are, it's going to be difficult to compete against incumbents that, you know, have strong SEO already and with a domain that's 20 years old. Alright, so I'm just reading the American Life episode, and some guy, how do you know your marketing is going to work? Sometimes you don't. So the marketing is always going to work, but is it going to work well enough to sustain your business? If you can get your name out there to 1 billion people and you can get a 1% response rate, you're going to be great. But a 1% response rate to 100 people is not going to do anything for you. So this is why people try to beat the system with SEO and try to get out there in front of that 1 billion people. I just don't think you can do it anymore. I've been telling my clients, my small clients, don't do SEO. Pay-per-click is actually a little bit better, results-wise. And if they're a really small local company, I say, you know what, you're better to spend your marketing dollars on local techniques and not the SEO stuff. Because SEO is an ongoing marketing expense, and you have to understand it's going to take a long time. And it takes, you know, it takes a certain amount of hours to get set up, and it takes hours and hours to maintain. Because part of the SEO is content generation. Google's algorithm loves websites that's always adding more content. And if you get people to visit to read that content, you'll move up faster. Let's see, I guess I'll do some reading then. I don't know what I'm doing with that. I just thought if I keep using similar keywords, depending on where you're at in terms of location, that you're optimizing your SEO correctly. Yeah, I mean, there are tools that Google has, and you can see how your keywords, like the competition of the keywords. Because if you're using a keyword that's super competitive, it's going to be tough no matter what. But if you're using keywords that aren't competitive, then you might rank higher in them, but then you need to find out if there's actually traffic going to that keyword. So I had clients, like I had a client start using another SEO company after they were using me because he wanted to try it. Wasn't that he was dissatisfied necessarily, but he wanted to try someone else. And I said, yeah, go ahead, let's track what they do. And they picked these keywords that were niche keywords, and on the surface it looked all great. It's like, yeah, we're getting you on page 1 for these niche keywords. But I went back and showed him the traffic for those keywords was 0. So it doesn't help you to get on the first page of a niche keyword if there's no traffic for that niche keyword. So you got to pick keywords that actually pull in traffic. Falsham, hey there, Falsham. Sorry, I'm still catching up on this conversation, so I didn't even know you were in. Let me zoom out of this photo so you can see what I'm working on. Grimlock. All right. Guess I'll do that. Let's see. Yeah, Toefield. I mean, if you're using keywords that matter most to what you're trying to say, you know, that's a good start. But it just might be that the keywords are, you know, rather competitive. So you're still going to face competition no matter what. Yeah, part of the on-site SEO mystique is that they always recommend you use keywords in your page titles, your story titles, use the keyword a certain amount of time in your content, optimize all of your photography that you're using so that they relate to the keyword that you're shooting for, and even the alt tags should have, you know, proper keywording. So there's a lot of things you can do that will optimize the page, but unfortunately it's not magical. It doesn't fit. Local techniques. I don't remember why I said local techniques. Sorry, I forgot already. Yeah, Falsham, I have not been on this late, so I've changed my work schedule so that I'm working Wednesday to Sunday, and so I've got Monday and Tuesdays off. So I'll be working more often on Monday and Tuesday. I'll be streaming more often on Monday and Tuesday nights, if I could talk. Hey, Tutor. Oh yeah, I'm way behind conversation. Everyone's here. Yeah, Instagram is an interesting one because I've done studies of my hashtags. So I do the approach where I do the 30 hashtags. So I posted similar images at similar times, and I did one image had 5 hashtags of the keywords that I wanted to target. The other one had 30 hashtags of what I wanted to target, plus a lot of broader category stuff. Now I got 20 to 30% more pull when I used 30 keywords, but I don't get as much pull as I should be getting by using 30 keywords across all these keyword sources, because even though I'm using 30 keywords, the algorithm seems to be limiting me to like 120 views, because I can't seem to get past that in Instagram. So, you know, that's one thing I don't know how to fight. I don't know how to get seen more often. I think the only way I can get seen more often is is by who interacts with my stuff. I think that's what Instagram looks at most. So catch-22. I mean, it seems to work for artists who are well known. They get all kinds of traction. But if you're trying to build from the base like I am, then it's going to be one long haul. So I don't think Instagram is going to build my audience. I think Instagram will be a place to send my audience to as I build it from other sources. Tutor, hey, now I'm up to your part of the conversation. Yeah, but those keywords are small for a reason. We were talking about what started off marketing and marketing concepts and transitioned into SEO, and I was talking about my SEO experience or lack of experience. Oh, thanks, Tutor. Yeah, I'm actually really happy with this guy. The rendering and the pose and everything else. So I'm pretty ecstatic. You know, again, trying to get better each time. Now, if I can just not blow it. The anatomy in the legs is really wonky, to be honest. I mean, it's not horrible, but this leg's pretty bad. This one is not quite so bad. But I'm real happy with the chest and shoulders and arms and all this stuff. Love the face. Love the face. I almost never do the alt keywords. I do it for customer sites. I don't think I've ever done it for my own sites. Oh. Yeah, okay. So about local techniques. The last customer I gave that advice to because she was coming to me and said, hey, I want to do SEO because I want to get more traffic to my site. And so I gave her my honest opinion, and I said, you know what? You're better off growing your business because her business is very local. So it's in Ramona, which is a community of, I don't know, 30,000 people. It's a very small community. It's out in the mountains. It's too far away from San Diego that anyone is ever going to go and use her services because her services are daycare. Not quite so much daycare, but it's supplemental education for kids outside of school. So that is all. Her clientele is all going to be local. So I told her, I go, the SEO is probably not the way to go. You know, you've got Chamber of Commerce. You should be working through them. Local events, the parades, the fairs, the street fairs, should be working through those. You should be sending out flyers and direct mail to just the area. And if she can get a list, you know, if she can buy a list off of someone of young families, you know, that's who she wants to send her direct marketing to. I don't know if she can find that list, but if she could, that's the direction she should go. So it's really, you know, even her newspaper, putting an ad in that local newspaper is probably a better investment than to invest the same amount of money into SEO for her. I told her if she wants to do pay-per-click, you could give that a try because you can experiment with pay-per-click with a very small amount of money and just see if you can get some traction. But pay-per-click, what's important about pay-per-click is that your average order value has to be high enough to justify the expense of pay-per-click. So some companies don't have a product that they're going to make enough money, and it just doesn't make sense to do pay-per-click because their average order value is just going to be way too low. So anyway, that's she was someone that I gave her a long email saying, you know what, you're better off investing in local stuff instead of going SEO. And I could have said, yeah, let's do SEO. You know, here's how much it would be to start, and I'll get you started. And her website would be optimized, and she probably would get some traffic, but I don't think she would get that business. I'll like every post you have. Tutor, I've done that to a couple of my favorite artists. I've gone in and and done that. Spam the hell out of him. And he had like, I don't know, 100. Yeah, Toefield. I mean, it's so now I'm about the 30 keywords and getting the likes and stuff. You know, you just gotta work it. I mean, I got a lot of people who meet me through Twitch and they go to Instagram and they start following me, and so they support me by doing the likes. You know, it's cheap support. You know, super cost effective for them. You know, and hopefully they like my art, and that's why they're liking it. I get on average. I just did my analytics the other day. It was 1.2 follows per post, so which is really low. I mean, some other artists are getting like 5 follows per post or even more. So that's what I don't know. I don't know how to increase my follow ratio. And I'm using, you know, 30 very popular keywords. A lot of them are D&D focused, a lot of them are art focused, and some of them are broader. So there's a website out there. I wish I had it memorized. But if you Google websites that give you hashtag statistics, you can do your research on your keywords and then decide what keywords you want to use, you know, based on how broad or how active those hashtags are. So like my D&D hashtags, they're not used that much. You know, there's a market out there, but it's not that big. So I do a mix of focused and broad. Yeah, you need likes and shares. I don't know what I did wrong or if I even did anything wrong, but I was getting up to the point where like a couple of my best art was getting 70 likes. 60 plus likes. I was starting to get in the 60 and 70 range pretty consistently. And then I unfollowed a couple of artists and it dropped down to 30. And so I'm like, oh, screw that. So I refollowed them and I've been following other artists since, but I haven't been able to get over 45 since. So I don't know the reason for it. I just know the results. I was saying likes. Yeah, I'm getting more views, but the 120. So if you're talking about the analytics that I was doing with Instagram, when I got the 30 keywords, I was getting views of about 120, 125. So that was the reach. If you look up, you know, the reach of each of your Instagram posts, it'll let you know how many people had the opportunity to see that. And to me, that just doesn't make sense because thousands of people should have been able to see my post and maybe they didn't interact. I'm not quite sure what's holding back the reach. The reach should be a lot higher. So there's something limiting in their algorithm. So you can't, it's not just about the keywords. Again, it's going to be some interaction. And I think if I were to get a famous artist to like my art, I think that would probably have a bigger result than any keyword selection I could do. Or even cross promotion. I mean, if I had a famous artist say, hey everyone, go take a look at this guy and go see what he's all about, and I got a lot of feedback from that, I think that's probably the best marketing you could do. You know. That's leveraging someone else's coattails. Yeah, Tutor, I just post to Instagram because it's one of the easier places to post to. And, you know, I'll do a post and I start getting likes right away. So it's kind of satisfying that way. But I'm not getting a whole... I don't know my total audience, and I don't know how many people within my total audience are continuing to like my stuff. There's a handful of people that I see like my stuff consistently. Some people are here from Twitch, so I recognize the names. There's actually a couple people who followed me randomly and like my stuff, so they've actually become fans. But a lot of the likes that I get are one-offs. Just people who just happen to look at your stuff at that day. Facebook ads, is a much better place to target audiences. So if I were doing anything and I was going to pay money to promote something, like if I had a comic book that I was going to publish and I thought it had appeal to a fairly broad base, I would definitely do Facebook advertising. It used to be better, but it's still good because you can zero in on the demographic, you can zero in on the location, so you can target people very specific to who you want. Much, much better than Google Ads. All right, I'm skipping ahead here. Yes, I do SEO. Well, I did. I'm kind of phasing out my graphic design stuff and web design stuff, but yeah, I spent years, researching SEO. So I've done SEO for a lot of my clients' websites. A lot of on-site optimization, a lot of pay-per-click. I actually never got into the Facebook advertising. I just know of it. I know the advantages because I had other folks tell me the advantages. You get 0 per post. Yeah, Falsham, I gotta tell you though, the optimizing, so I'm caught up to where Falsham is about if I get bored, I can do the SEO on his sites. So the on-site SEO, it takes a few hours to do, depending on how big the website is. You figure on average like an hour per page. So it does take time. And I do think it's worth the time. If you're going to have a website, it's worth the time to do the on-site SEO. I actually do recommend that to my clients. But going beyond that, that's where you need a budget big enough that you're like, hey, you know what? I make X amount per month. I'm going to spend X percentage of my profits on marketing per month. And part of that marketing campaign is going to be continued content generation, SEO monitoring, constant upgrading. Which, I was charging, anywhere from $1,200 to $1,500 a month to clients to keep their SEO campaigns going. Okay, let's see. Moving on. Vanities fall. Hello. Gosh, I am so behind. I'm still trying to catch up. Sorry, everyone. To your credit, you guys are probably having a good conversation. I'm way behind. Maybe I should just skip and go back to what you guys are doing. Your credit card is holding it back. You have to help it with your MasterCard. Okay. 250, 400 million people use social media. It's easy to get the notion the whole world is there. But we're almost 7 billion people on Earth. Right? I have a hard time getting over 20 to 30 likes on any given post. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I do 30. 30 I can hit pretty easily. But yeah, it's getting harder to get above 40. What makes social media what? A fart in space. Just to put things into perspective. Yeah. So many of yours are one-offs as well. Okay. Can't get conversions as good as Google Ads, but you can get better awareness campaign. I do think Google Ads is good for getting you exposure. I absolutely think that's good to get people to see your stuff. But they've kind of changed the positioning of those Google Ads, and it's not as good as it used to be. All right, so yeah, I am kind of phasing it out. So it's not that I'm not going to be doing creative work. I want to do more drawing. So drawing and doing fantasy art is going to be my retirement career. That's what I plan on doing to the end of my days. And there's a technical aspect. See, I loved graphic design when I was doing it, and doing graphic design and doing print design is easy stuff. Doing the web design, you know, it was super exciting for a while. And then I was hosting the websites and I was technical support and all that kind of stuff. But then I realized I was really getting burned out of all the technical issues that I was running into with all these WordPress websites that I was hosting for my clients. And none of it was my fault. It's like a plugin changes this week, a theme changes next week, WordPress updates the week after that, and you got to go back in and fix all the websites, and it was just getting to be too much. So being a one-man operation, and managing 25 plus websites for clients was driving me nuts. So yeah, I've phased out most of my clients. Yesterday in fact, my biggest client and I just parted ways. I might do work for them in the future and stuff, but we're doing the transition so his new designer can take over. So technically I've only got one real client for this really simple basic weekly stuff, and one more potential client, but I don't even want to do the work for her. I just want to do the print stuff for her. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's my choice, because I want to draw more. And if I keep doing the graphic design, then I won't improve on the drawing fast enough and be ready to go. I want to be making a career at drawing. My goal was 5 years after I started practicing again, and I've been practicing for 2 years. So I've got 3 years left to try to get to a point where I'm making some money off this stuff. I want to at least make a full-time minimum wage from my art. I mean, I should be able to do that, I think. That's the goal. Yeah, that's what all of us want to do, right? Typically on Twitch, we want to be the artists. But it's going to take us, 2, 5, 10 years to get good enough where people are going to want to buy our stuff consistently. Like, I look at my art and I see potential, and there's folks who like it, and I get a lot of generous praise, but I'm not getting a whole lot of purchases yet. So that just tells me my art's not ready. Not good enough yet. As good as it is, not good enough yet to be pulling in the money. So that's what I'll be working on, is improving my art. Because one day the audience will come find me, and then I'll know for sure if it can, change the subject. I know other artists that will draw cheesecake images, and they do pretty well. But I don't want to draw that type. I want to draw fantasy. And we know there's some tremendously good fantasy artists out there, so it's going to be tough to get a foothold in the industry. Yeah, Tutor, I think there's nothing wrong at all with trying a web comic with a paywall. I mean, it's still going to be tough to find that audience and to corral them to your pay page, but at least you could get something done and get it in front of an audience and get the feedback from them one way or another. And I've heard plenty of stories that folks started with the web page, build up their audience, and then they would print the stories that they had already published on their web page, and they were doing pretty good. People on Kickstarter have done pretty well that way. So I think it's still a legit way to build your audience. 10 pages every 2 weeks. Yeah, that's a lot of work. Yeah, if you come up, we were talking about this, Tutor, you were talking about this, if you come up with a drawing style that allows you to get the stuff done quickly, but it still looks good, it's still a great story. That's why a lot of these comic book artists have the style that they have, because they had to get 1 or 2 pages done a day in pencils. I think that's why Jack Kirby drew the way he did, because he got to the point where he wasn't ultra concerned about getting anatomy right, and he wasn't ultra concerned about proportions and stuff. He came up with a graphical style that was really fast for him to do, so he could crank out the pages super fast. Yeah, I'll just draw some fantasy booty, right? But I'll be honest, I draw monsters and male characters way better than I can draw female characters. So that's a huge weakness on my part. Now maybe I could draw a good female character, but I drew... Wait, let's do this. The last female character I drew, which I was happy about, but I don't think it's going to gain me, you know, a following. Not like some of these manga artists who are drawing gorgeous, gorgeous women. Sorry. So this was the last female character I drew, and I was very happy with her. I still am, but I wouldn't say she's got that soft feminine quality in. But it was going somewhere. Yeah, it does look good, and I was going in the right direction, but yet I still think I draw male characters. Look at her shoulders, right? Shoulders and arms. Definitely more masculine right through there. I don't draw breasts very well. She's okay in the waist area, the hip area is looking pretty good. Her legs could be more softer feminine. I think this leg is maybe a little bit more realistic to what a real woman's leg would look like, but it's not optimized to what, you know, a very soft feminine woman might look like. So again, I was happy with it. This was pretty good for my level, but yet other folks, you know, can draw women. They're just like all about curve and flow and just look fantastic. Right, Tutor, so I'm just reading about the PDF. You're going to advertise locally. You're going to, you know, the dumbing down, I think, is... You're not going to dumb down your art. I mean, you may simplify the rendering style. Dumbing down sounds like you're putting your art down. You can only draw women. Yeah, I've read before that a lot of, well, many artists, especially when they're starting off, they gravitate or they have their strengths, and they're usually better with men or women, but usually not both. Proportions, right. Yeah, the proportions are a little bit off, but it looks good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Face looks beautiful. Thank you. Yeah, I struggle. I mean, look, she's got a pretty broad jaw. That's a masculine jaw, in my opinion. But I did try not to put any render lines on her face. Keep it simple. I think that's one of the nice things about if you can nail down drawing women. A lot of times it's all about the silhouette, and the internal rendering is, you almost don't even have to do it. But if you can get a good silhouette, like technically her waist is pretty elongated, but because of all the clothes and stuff, it doesn't stick out too much. You know, Falsham, I would do that. I would do that. I don't know that I'll be able to do a week, but I like the idea of we can get on Khadgar and do female studies. We could get Tudor on there. Tofield, you got Khadgar. I mean, I think we should get 4 of us and, you know, and do your idea. I think it's a good idea. Yep. Yep, Tudor, yes, you can get good with both because the great artists are good with both. Mick will draw women, yeah. I think Mick is a masculine illustrator. You know, if we were to pigeonhole folks into they're a masculine or feminine illustrator, I would be a masculine illustrator. I think Mick is a masculine illustrator. Connor can kind of do both. Well, not kinda. He can absolutely do. So he's kind of transversed that restriction. Yeah, Connor just blows me away. But I would say, no, I wouldn't say that. No, I think Connor flat out can do both very well. I don't even think he has a tendency to be masculine or feminine. I think he's got the proportions right and it always looks good. I know when I see his drawn women, I'm like, damn, you know what? Just a few lines and his little cartoon women look attractive. So he's really good on the proportions. Yeah, so you know, the hard part is going to be when can I do this? But you know what? I think once a week. Let's do this once a week. Let's not do all week because I know I'll never be able to do Khadgar all week. I can barely get on once a week. So, and Tuesday nights, like right now, is pretty much the best night for me to get on and do something like that. So if you guys are open to it, then after my online gaming on Tuesday nights, I would be open to doing some Khadgar meetups, and we can all draw a category for that night. And we can kibitz and talk about it and have a good time. And we can even rotate people because I bet more than 4 people would be interested. So we can kind of, you know, let people do a rotation. So we sit out some weeks and then play some weeks. Yeah, I think monsters are very forgiving. But you still have to know the proportions. Like, my gnome here, even though, you know, I think it's very forgiving on how I draw him, because I drew him with a very big head, narrow shoulders, and a square body. I still need to know the correct proportions and then know how to distort them to get him looking correct. Because I want him to look like a gnome. Not a halfling, not a dwarf, you know, not a pixie. Whereas the Grimlock is a humanoid, but I opted to give him a larger head anyway. My game is usually over 9 o'clock California time. Yeah, he does kind of have pointy ears. I don't think I even looked up gnomes if they have pointy ears or not. I think they do, right? But if not, I wasn't intending for pointing ears. I was just intending for more of a larger rounded ear. But at the angle that I drew them, they look pointy, without a doubt. Oh, and they do have pointy ears in D&D, yeah. I love drawing big noses. You know, my stepdaughters are like, yeah, everything you draw is a big nose. I'm like, yeah, man, I love big noses. I actually looked at some comic book art, and, you know, the comic book artists are, you know, leagues and leagues better than me, but they draw these really tiny noses, and it's just like, wow, it just doesn't look good. I don't like it. I like prominent facial features. Yeah. Yeah, gnomes are kind of, I don't know, kind of in limbo. Alright, so let's make it official. Next Tuesday, after the gameplay, we can do a Khadgar session. And we can pick the topic. So I'm gonna draw one of my monster characters, but I'm going to pick a monster character that matches the topic of whatever it is that we pick. So if we happen to draw women and we're going to talk about women, then I'll draw a monster woman character, if I can find one. That way I kill two birds with one stone. But yeah, I'd be open to that. I think that'd be pretty cool. Alright. In fact, I'm gonna go and make private channel. I don't think it needs to be private. So I'm making a text channel on my Discord called Khadgar Jam Session. I'm assuming y'all are part of my Discord, so go to that Khadgar Jam Session place, and that's where we'll use to communicate whatever we might want to communicate about this. Yeah, and we'll see where it goes. I think it'd be pretty fun. Let's see here. Should be. Right, that's the invite to Discord. Yeah, I'll still Khadgar with Connor anytime. But, you know, sometimes he's not on. And he's 50-50. Sometimes he'll stream after the game, sometimes he won't. Like last time he didn't stream. He hung out on my channel. But it doesn't matter. I mean, if we set up Tuesday night to be a Khadgar Jam session, then that's what we'll do. And of course, we're not going to omit Connor. If he wants to do it, of course he can do it. Any artist can do it. I think it should be open invitation. And like I said, if we actually get more than 4 people that want to do it, we'll just do a rotational basis. Because I would have a blast watching 4 artists draw the same topic, and if it was my week off, I would still come watch. So that would be fun. Alright, give me a second, I gotta do a break. Yeah, I admire you guys for doing comic books and doing page after page after page. Well, I don't have the time, but a lot of work. Takes a lot of focus. All right, I'm going to. I actually need like a 10-minute break. I gotta get my dogs ready to put them to sleep tonight. Put them in their beds and let them go to sleep. So I'll be back. I'll leave the art up, but I'm just going to. I'm gonna mute the mic though. I'll be back. Give me 10. so sorry about that. I decided I want to put the dogs out and then make some food because it's been a long time since I've eaten. Are you streaming yet, Tutor? Tavashri is back. Hey, Tavashri. Welcome back. How'd your meeting go? Meeting went well. Fantastic. Welcome back, fellowship. Welcome back. Might as well, right? Two pages in a day is spectacular. That's fantastic. Are you gonna do a Kickstarter? Yeah, when I eventually do a Kickstarter campaign, I want to do, it may be Indiegogo, but basically I want to do a campaign where I can do very small. That it's not based on a certain requirement. Because I'd be curious if my D&D cards would sell. And then I'd like it to be something where I don't have to sell thousands of dollars of it. Just do it more like a one-off. But I don't know, I don't think Kickstarter lets you do micro campaigns like that. I don't think I can do it as a Kickstarter. Yeah, no matter what, you gotta have an audience. I have an audience and a good product. I don't have either one for my, well, I don't know, maybe it's a good product, I don't even know. maybe it'll be well, I know it'll be a good product because I know that I'll make a good product. I have faith in my product. Just don't know if it'll be anything anyone else. I think it'd be pretty cool. I think they would, right? Or do you have to ask them if they want to be a part of it? I think they're fine, right? They just get their 50% commission. Yeah, I know, but if you if it has the game supplement and the comic book, why not? I'd be really surprised if they're like, nah, sorry. As long as you can cater to the game crowd, why not cross-pop? Oh my god, it must be saving. Yeah, I made a sandwich too. Sometimes a sandwich just hits the spot. Do. Ramen's great too. All right, go sandwich up. Tudor, did you take off? He must be streaming. Yeah, grub time for me too. Yeah, good luck with that. I hope they take care of you for a reasonable price. I hope that works out for you. Oh, that was a good sandwich. Well, I'm going to still stream for a little while longer, at least a half hour. If you're going to stream and you want to chit chat, I'm in my voice channel on my Discord. That invite is open to anyone who wants to join in.
Hey Rob.
Hey, hey.
Yeah, I don't know if I should stream or not stream. I'm doing some sort of iron work that there is no disclosure agreement, but I would not want to stream. I don't know. I'm also a little bit stressed because I donated some blood.
I'm just checking out. Oh yeah, that's cool. I like how Discord lets me turn up your volume a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
But okay, I'm gonna try to stream for a little bit.
Yeah, I mean you don't have to. Don't you're not obligated. So don't feel like oh you gotta. Okay.
So how's been your week so far? Or last week?
So far, it's been great. I just had 2 days off, so that's fantastic. And then here I
Nice.
am. Here I am drawing. So it's kind of like I was saying before. I don't know if you were here when I was talking about phasing out my clients because I've got my last biggest client. I'm phasing them out. It's kind of a mutual thing, to be honest, but we both are kind of moving on. And so I'll have some more time to draw, and I have to admit, I'm pretty excited about that.
Nice. It's nice that you can afford it. That's
Yeah,
a big,
I might have
biggest
to.
step.
Yeah, I might have to turn around and do some Uber and stuff to keep going. But I've got a plan. I'll be able to afford it one way or the other.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's
So
really nice.
yeah, we'll see. All right, let's get Khadgar out.
Yeah, I kind of understand. Like that's the reasons why I'm considering stopping for a while. I mean, it really depends on what projects I get in the next few months, or I don't get.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm going to start promoting. Uh, at least in January, maybe sooner. I'm going to start like heavily promoting, trying to get some artwork jobs done, so that I can start building up freelance with my art. So I'm going to see if the I want to see if the world is ready for me. That's what I want to find out, or if I'm ready for the world.
Yeah, nice. I really need to invest in a website before I do anything else. So that's going to be an expense. And like I said, I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to approach this way. Well, like I really want to do my own website. I would not want to approach the Patreon way, although people might be more keen to go to that, but it might take too much time that I don't have. So I don't know.
I would go. See, now I use WordPress, and WordPress has its pros and cons. Um, but I think you're technical savvy, right? So, have you done WordPress at all, or even know what it's about on the back end? Like, could you do a WordPress site pretty easily?
I know what WordPress is about. Like I've set up local WordPress way back when it came out.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't want to work with WordPress. It's too much troublesome. I want to do something very simple. A PayPal payment system. So I'm gonna work with a static websites. It's much more convenient for me than WordPress.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, it's going to be a little bit of an investment on the hostings. Hosting part.
I mean, you might want to look into. I know you. So Falsham says, "Hey, why wait? Start putting feelers out now." Yeah, I know. There's no reason to wait. And like I said, probably I've got some things to do in life that where it's going to take my time, so I might, market after those are done. Yeah, Patreon can work. Coffee is another option. But if you
Yeah,
want but if you want a website, I mean, maybe something like Wix, because they do have some free options.
no, I'm like, there's no point. Like I can get an affordable from GoDaddy, and there's a few others that have a cheap sign up.
Yeah,
So I'll probably pay like less than $100 for the first year, and then it'll go up. But yeah, the problem with Patreon is Patreon doesn't work if you don't have an audience, and I don't have an audience. So I don't see the point in advertising for this type of services that they're gonna take their cut.
Yep.
And Patreon or no Patreon, I still need a website. So even with even Fiverr, Patreon, they all recommend have a website. Well, if I'm going to have a website, then why do I need to? I really need to take a look on how much PayPal takes a cut and how much Patreon. And Patreon doesn't look too good as it looks good for being a Patreon to an artist, but I'm gonna lean on the business side, like the publishing business side. So I want to uh, bring out some awareness to that.
Mm-hmm.
So there's going to be um, it's going to the comic book is going to be registered with ISSN. I don't know. So it's going to be registered.
Yeah.
And I want to really focus on promoting that, the publishing business, and not me as an artist. Plus, if I want to have guest artists on the bi-monthly, magazine, it's not gonna work out so well with Patreon or Coffee as a marketing through the marketing perspective. You know, in my opinion, it's going to get confusing if they sign up for my Patreon and they receive the works of someone else.
Yep.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. I think you got a good plan. You always seem to have a good plan in your head, ready.
Yeah, it's the execution that's always the problem. Like,
Yeah. I'm experienced enough in WordPress that I can pop a website together pretty quickly. Plus, I got my own hosting, so keep using that. Although now that I phased out most of my clients, no one's paying for my shared hosting, so I may have to phase that out too.
oh, that sucks. How much would you charge for?
Just $10 a month.
Let's see. That's reasonable. Very reasonable.
Yeah.
We can talk about this if you want. Like, do you have considering how cheap the initial year for GoGoDaddy, I have to consider my options.
Yeah, you're not going to hurt my feelings by going somewhere else. But I had decided, right off the bat that I wasn't going to compete with the cheapest options. So yeah, there's no way I can compete against GoDaddy or iPage or anything else. Oh, hold on, let me. Katsud Kuyusta? Katsudi Kuyusta. That's a mouthful. How do I say that? Thank you for that follow.
And hello to my viewers. I'm being joined today. I'm actually joining Rob Shep Art today in a dual stream.
Yeah, I gotta post that. Copy. We're doing a dual stream right now. There's a link. If you want to see this guy's drawing, he's going to be doing some stuff on his side as well.
Oh, and I totally forgot to change my title, so sorry about that.
So anyway, yeah, I mean, if I'm not trying to sell you on anything, I was just saying what I'm doing, and I have to figure out if I even want to host my own websites. But if I decide I'm going to host them for another year, I'll let you know. You can decide. But yeah, it can't be less than $10 a month. I don't think it would be. I don't think it would be your best deal. Like, I don't think I would be your best deal. Because I think you've got a good plan doing the really cheap first year stuff, and then maybe we would talk after that.
I don't know. The thing is, I really need to pull in a lot of traffic. Like I'm not sure if I will get the cheapest traffic model from all these sites, you know, and GoGoDaddy has a reasonable interchange. Like they're not gonna immediately penalize me if I exceed that limit, and they're gonna reach me out and tell me, hey, you need to switch or something like that. But yeah, I really need to see my options, because you know the conversion rate is going to be so low on comics that I need to pull a lot of traffic just so I can make like $300 per month for starters.
Yeah.
I mean per issue, not per month. Per issue will be $300. And I have to sell a lot. Like I'm thinking of selling it for $2, like, or $1.50. I think $1.50 is more reasonable. Or maybe $2 and then $3 for 2 issues. They want to buy in monthly. Do some of that.
That seems too low. I mean, what's your printing cost going to be?
No, it's going to be digital.
Oh, okay.
And for the printing, I'm gonna skip the American comic book by issue.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna skip that on print, because I can't afford the initial 1 year or 2 year costs to, you know, how is it called? Get a market position.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna do graphic novels and just collect everything, and also I'm gonna write the story as a graphic novel, not as single issues anymore.
Gotcha.
You'll probably fit my storytelling style better anyway. I wish I could just do it every month instead of every 2 weeks, but considering how webcomics come out every week, I think twice a month is more reasonable.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the optimal time is, but I know my son, who doesn't do it, but was just giving me advice based on a person who reads webcomics. He just said you just got to keep it consistent, whatever that schedule is.
Yeah, but you know, webtoons come out every week, so have to make that compromise. 2 weeks is reasonable. If I do it every week, it's just going to be 5 pages, and people might feel cheated. Although, what from what Walter Osley told me, that's pretty much what you get on Webtoons.
Mm-hmm.
And a maximum of 6 pages per week. But yeah, I think 10 pages issue every twice a month. That's reasonable. Do you actually recommend I sell it with even more like the Comixology way, or I've noticed the whole American market does this, like super high price for the current issue or the next issue. Like Marvel even has the $20 print for the current and next issue, and then the price just drops after a while.
They're using their price drop stuff as loss leader sales, so I don't think a small person should really consider that.
Yeah.
Just my opinion, since I haven't sold a comic successfully, it's only just opinion. But generally, you just got to figure out what your cost is and what you want your profit margin to be. And if it's reasonable, then you stick to your price and just go from there. Because it's really about your story. If your story is good enough, people will invest in it. They'll buy it. And I think you do have to take in consideration what market value is for your story and other stories like it.
Well, in digital realm, in Comixology, you can buy with $5 the current issue, like, and that's 20 pager, and then price drops even to just $2 per issue.
For their back issues.
Yep.
Yeah. So again, there's going to be some profit for the companies there, but that's loss leader stuff. For someone like you, or someone like me, you know, I guess I would consider anything. I'm not saying I would close the door, but it's got to be, got to make some profit off that stuff. I don't know. I think for a digital comic, I would probably try to sell for $3. That's just a number I'm picking without really researching the market.
So that'll be. Sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say, there's nothing wrong with giving a deal, but not a steal. You know, everyone expects you to make a profit, so you gotta sell it enough to make a profit. Because without profit, you can't sustain your business. And, you know, then the customers lose out anyway. So, gotta have a profit.
Yeah. If I put it at $3 per issue for every 10 pages, it's going to be $6 per 20. So a bit more expensive than on Comixology.
Yeah, and that might be a little bit too expensive too. I was just tossing out. Because I was thinking full comic, not half comic. So maybe $2 for a half comic, like you were saying, is the right price. And then that would be $4 for a story, right? Ah, Falsham, let me see what you're typing here. Consistency, you follow some webtoons that post 1 page a week. Some that post a full issue every month. Everything in the biz is about schedules, so your audience knows when to expect you. I would agree with that. Past 2 weeks of streaming consistently in the afternoons, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. You've had a stronger audience draw. Only 1 or 2 people more, but it's definitely more consistent to have people now. Yep. Most comics are $2.99 to $3.99. Marvel and DC can usually get away with $2.99. Most indie or smaller publishers are at $3.99. So I've always felt like the digital only comic books should be a lower price than the printed ones because the overhead is less expensive. But not too much. It doesn't mean I'd want to sell a digital comic for $1.
Yeah, so I guess I have to keep it either $2, like I said, or $3 for. I guess $2 would be best.
Yeah, the more we talk about it, the more I think that seems like a good price. For what you're getting too, right? You're getting half a story for $2, so a full book for 10. It's 4. I think that's reasonable. You know?
Plus, I'm gonna try to force ads, a lot of ads, Google ads on people, just to recover some of the. And then I could, I don't know. I could also make some other side project products,
Mm-hmm.
but haven't thought of a model. Yeah, full shot. I mean, it's not going to be digital only. It's going to get printed, but after the per issue is just going to be digital, and then it's just going to be a trade collected into a graphic novel because storytelling is going to be told in a graphic manner, graphic novel manner. So an episode will last a few issues. If you're talking, we're talking per issue kind of story. That's just the only difference is going to be the structure, the story structure. And yeah, I don't know how much of the local market I'm gonna pull because people here don't like to use credit cards to buy stuff, but I'll probably be able to get the few people that actually do love to use the credit card, so I might be able to pull like 50 people locally from the bat because like I said, the reason why I'm so confident in this model is that there is no issue-based. There are not a lot of issue-based comics in my country, and people are craving mad for comic books right now. It's just that even I experienced this. It's so costly and risky to start in print, to get it in print.
Oh yeah.
And you at least, I think I'll need at least 2 years to get it running, to get a position on the market before I can say for sure it's profitable or not. So in 1.5 years, 2 years, it's gonna take until the profit is going to cover all the costs from the initial investment. Plus, there's this problem that the type of marketing I need, from what I've talked to with a few marketing people, is not profitable. Like, I will not make enough sales to cover the type of marketing I need just to get it running from day one.
Yeah, I would never go to print unless I already had a preset audience already.
Yeah, that's the same approach I want to try as well. So in digital, there's no risk. No, like you said, the overhead is smaller. It's just my costs. Like production wise, just how much money I want to make per issue.
Yeah.
And then a few other expenses for online marketing and website hosting, credit card, PayPal, all that good stuff. Is my mic? Just one moment. I'm gonna touch my mic. Is this better?
A little louder. Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah. The reason why you didn't hear me well was I didn't realize, but the microphone was over my shoulder.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I grew so accustomed to it that I don't even realize where it's pointing nowadays. Like, I just know it's there. I don't care about it anymore.
I was happy the other day when I posted something. Hold on, let me actually get his names.
Okay.
What the heck? Oh, I bet that's you, isn't it? Yeah. I'm all like 36 likes.
Yeah, I told you. I even shared on my story. This should get your algorithm up, not just because I like stuff. I also commented, and I'm gonna try to leave some more comments on, and you should be able to get a few more views.
Yeah, I'll see
Probably
if I
have
get a
to.
spike. I'm gonna post the pencils tonight. We'll see what happens. So yeah, thanks for all the likes though. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
All right, let's see. Followers, easier stuff. So I've got. Richard Witters. So Richard Witters is one of the staff artists for Dungeons and Dragons, and he's following me and I'm following him. But I was really happy the other day because when I posted that gnome character, he actually liked it. I'm like, yes. As far as I know, he's the first pro that has liked my stuff. So I felt good that day.
That's nice. I really didn't think about it so much, but it really matters on how you spend your time on the internet. Like I've been getting recently a lot of likes from musical people I used to DJ their music.
Right?
So, yeah, it's been quite surprising. Like I even got a comment from a fellow I don't DJ anymore, but artist and DJ
Right?
from local that like I said, I used to mix his tracks, and also I used to admire him, and he follows, and yeah, liked a few stuff and left a comment.
Cool, man. Yeah, I figure a job offer is not far behind. My dreams.
Hopefully. I don't know about you, but I've been trying to use Fiverr to my advantage to find out regarding low-paying jobs, what kind of stuff people are actually looking for.
Mm-hmm.
So that's been helpful. Like I haven't got any job from Fiverr yet. Like the clients there are just awful. I got a few messages, but all of them were like, call me on this number, send me an email on this one, and I'm like, what?
Yeah,
You
there's
want
no.
me to do?
Yeah, there's no need. You've already contacted me. Don't make me
Yeah.
jump through a hoop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus, we're talking about very low pay jobs, like sketches for 45 bucks,
Yeah.
and you want me to call you?
Yeah.
And also, that's why I want to make the website, because I want to have a place for my services, to tell people what I could do for them. So that's why I use Fiverr to find out what people would actually want,
Yep.
and advertise that instead of you know trying to advertise the service like Fiverr or Facebook page, or like, why would I invest too much into that?
Understood. Yep. Yeah, I'll do Fiverr only because I'll do postings, but I don't expect to ever get.
Yeah, well, for me it was that, you know what, I had to swallow my pride, like when the job stopped coming in,
Uh-huh.
and I had no portfolio, I had no website, you know what I said. I need to try something.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong trying it, and maybe get some work out of it, and maybe I can get some work out of it. But I think it doesn't hurt to post and just say, "Hey, here's what I'll do, and it'll cost this much. If you're interested, give me a call."
There's a big market on Fiverr for D&D stuff, but people can't really afford the the right price for an illustration, you know.
Yeah,
So I'm thinking to see if people would be interested in very simple line art stuff, you know, like not a lot of details, sketches, things like they could just spend like $15 and I'll do it in 20 minutes.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I have to see for book covers and serious stuff how much people expect to pay there, because pretty sure the real price, you know, 300 to 600 to maybe 800 depending on how detailed the illustration is not going to be an option from the get-go.
Yep, yep. I'm just thinking I'm at a point where I have no problem posting what my prices are and just sticking with it. So if no one wants anything at my price, then they're not the right customer. Because they're out there, customers will buy. Like I said, they may not buy me because I may not be good enough. But once I get good enough,
Well,
you know, they'll consider
don't
me.
get your hopes up that it's gonna work like that on Fiverr. Like Fiverr really clamps down on
No, like I said, I don't expect to make money off of Fiverr. You know, maybe a 10 or 20 or 50 spot here or something like that. But for my strategy, I'll go ahead and put up on Fiverr just because it's free. And then, you know, doesn't hurt to have something there. But I don't expect ever to get any work from it, to be honest. I think I might get more work posting on Reddit than I would Fiverr.
well, maybe 100%. Like at least I got more inquiries from Reddit,
Yeah.
but I haven't got any jobs on Reddit. I don't really know how to use it. And also, Reddit taught me a very important lesson about the comic book industry. Is that no one has money to pay the actual value of writing, of art, you know, of lettering.
No, not micro independence. No way.
So you have to just you know, take a how do you say it?
I'd help you out, but I don't know what you're going to say.
You have to consider it as a side project instead of your main thing. Like you cannot pull a living wage
Yeah.
amount of money out of it.
Yep. I totally agree. I hate cross-hatching when it goes 90 degrees perpendicular. Let's go back to that.
Okay. By the way, have you considered actually doing book covers and you know real jobs that really have a big demand?
You mean like self-published books?
No, just illustration for book covers, for editorials, instead of. I mean, you can translate. That's why I'm asking. You can actually translate fantasy, RPG work you do now into book covers. Like, there's genre.
Maybe if it was a genre that I liked. I mean, because I know I want to draw fantasy. So if it was fantasy book covers and they liked my style, that'd be fantastic. I'd be happy with that.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I think what I might go for, though, not knowing what the industry's like and being naive to how hard this would actually be, but I would like to go start letting game companies know that I want to do game art, because maybe I could get some game art going. I would be happy to do game art.
Yeah, no, that's nice. It's a totally different beast. And you will might feel a little bit burnout the way you feel about graphic design. Not too scary about it, but there's a technical aspect to it as well.
Yeah, but I'm talking like board games.
Oh, I see. Oh, so maybe, yeah, yeah,
Yeah, not 3D stuff or
you,
anything like that, or
yeah,
game.
you need to be really good for that. Although,
Well,
really, really
I've
good.
seen some games where the artist is not stellar, but they're consistent, and their style, matches what they wanted, of course. So I think I think it's possible, but I don't know, since I'm not in the industry, because I do think it's its own independent industry from comic books. I don't know how to make contacts yet in the industry.
I see.
But yeah, that's what I would try to do is get game design or game work, board game work.
Yeah, well, I was thinking more into the terms of what Wizard of the Coast aspect. That kind of highly detailed.
Oh, that's best of the best. you know,
Yeah.
they're hiring the world class artists. So if I'm ever world class, yeah, they'll come a calling, I'm sure. But yeah, there's not like D&D's starting days when they hired, no name artists just to do. I don't want to say crappy work, but it was at a certain standard, right? Nowadays, the standard is like the best in the industry. So,
Yep.
hey, it'd be great to one day get to that point. I'm gonna try. Because I would love to become a standard D&D artist. I think that would be my dream job.
I think it was. You should just say it was more of an affordability type of situation. Like it's not like uh, they didn't have. It's like they couldn't afford to hire better artists because they would have asked for thousands and thousands of dollars for
Yeah,
artwork.
yeah.
And they were at the point where, a cheaper artist will do just fine, and we will.
And it did, right? So it didn't hinder
Yeah,
the popularity of the game at all. In fact, a lot of people really like the old style art, even though it's rough around the edges and simplistic. It still had a certain charm to it.
yeah. Also that.
Yeah. So anyway, I think that'd be my like dream job. You know, it would be wonderful to self-publish my own comic book, but I think I'd be more interested in doing game art, fantasy game art. So we'll see. Try to manifest that.
Yeah, I feel you. I think most of my time is wasted on very complex shapes, like the way I'm drawing the ear right now. You know, instead of stylizing everything for easier drawing, I used to go with very natural looking type of construction,
Mm-hmm.
and really need to dumb it down. So maybe I will actually be able to draw a lot more than just 10 pages per week. But I will not publish more than 10 per week. I don't think time-wise. I mean, regarding how much money I can get per time wasted, I think 10 pages per week is best.
Yeah, you don't want to give everything away.
No, it's more about how much money I'll be able to, how much I'm going to be able to sell
Mhm.
per week. So. And I'm also gonna give that option of you know, $3 for the full for the monthly instead of every week 2 weeks.
Yep. Now, I'm assuming. So you've got what I consider a very realistic style to your line art. Even though it's line art, it's still kind of realistic proportions. Now, are you? You have to be faster now than you used to be, and won't you be faster in the future? That maybe you can stick to your current style, but just crank it out a bit faster.
Uh, Considering my health, I think I'm gonna develop carpal tunnel pretty soon,
Hmm.
and my eyesight is not very good.
Okay.
And it's also the trouble of technological. Like, I'm seriously not getting the top results out of my tablet and computer, and I don't think it's going to be ever fixed
Oh, okay.
in or maybe once I do the upgrade, but I'm not entirely sure. I'm also considering just getting rid of digital completely for this realistic style. It's just not. I mean, for the ink stage, just get rid of it.
Mm-hmm.
Do the retouching on digital. The storyboarding maybe half-half. Pencil again half-half, depending on what needs to be drawn. Like there's not a lot of background, especially a lot of complicated. We'll see. We'll see if I'll ever come back to a realistic style.
Yeah, who knows? You might have more fun changing your style too.
Plus, there's absolutely no other comic that approaches things like this. Even highly detailed comics still approach stylized. Especially, I've seen it around Nightwing comics. You know, they're still simplifying some things.
Yeah.
No one tries to do.
Still got to meet those deadlines.
Yeah, exactly. And I guess for me, drawing that realistic like this might be in comics might be just a bit of a pride thing. So in that regard, like, really, is there really a point to try to draw realistically? When something as more stylized would be just as good and enjoyable, maybe even more.
I had a guy, a friend, he and I went to the comic convention at the same time to show our stuff. He was years ahead of me in terms of skill, and he drew very realistically too. And it was beautiful stuff. And the comments at the time were, and this was before the 80s kicked off. The comments at the time for him was from one editor that his stuff was too realistic. Like it was, the editor definitely wanted something that was either more dynamic or more comic booky. So they kind of blew him off, even though he's fantastic. Nowadays, I bet he would get work with that stuff. But at the time, they did want something a little bit different. It was weird. I was blown away. I thought he was going to get work for sure. All right, Falsham. Yep, do the shading tomorrow, my friend. Gotta get that sleep.
And he didn't even get eventually any type of work in the industry.
I don't know. He moved away, but I know that he went and got work designing toys. So he was drawing, but he went to a toy company because he got a referral from a friend. So they were doing like licensed toys. But after that, who knows? But I'm sure he got some artwork in his career because he was really good. He was good.
That's nice.
Yeah, Falsham, I think you can do realistic comics too, but I think Tudor's point, though, is the realistic rendering style takes a long time to do. So it may not be cost effective.
Yeah. And even if it didn't take, like, even if I can do 20 pages, complete pages per month, I'm starting to reconsider is it really worth the effort? Like, if I can do 20 pages in 10 days, should I push it to do 20 pages in a whole month just to get it even more realistically, even though the simpler ones might be better for the viewer, they might enjoy it more. Like, here's the thing, the more realistic you go, the more details you have, the harder it is to read. Like, I didn't realize this before, but now as I made my comic, I realized like a lot of the realistic stuff, or not using forced perspective, uh, making too many eye level compositions, you know, panels. Uh, it can be difficult.
Well, I think at some point though, you got to do artwork that resonates with you. So whether that's a realistic style or a cartoony style or a comic book style or whatever, it's got to resonate with you. You got to enjoy doing it. So like I'll mention Arthur Adams, who does incredibly detailed work, but it's his own style as well. And it's not realistic, but it's very, very, very detailed. But you know, he can crank it out. He can crank out a fantastic cover in 2 days. But you know, he draws in a way that resonates with him. And he's lucky enough that what resonates with him resonates with fans.
Yeah.
So I feel like, yes, you might want to respond to the market slightly, but not too much, because you got to still do something that resonates with you.
Exactly.
And I honestly think great art will resonate with someone.
Yeah. I was also mentioning the fact that over here in Europe, people enjoy simpler comics more than, you know, very complexly drawn. Uh, and in America, I've noticed there are very few artists who actually draw realistically. Most of them still do, even if it's highly detailed, they still do exaggerated shapes, you know, heroic shapes. You know, you'll never see superhero comics with a bloated person because he didn't sleep well last night.
Yep, yep.
He'll still wake up looking like he just got out of the gym. You know.
Yep, yep.
And even in colors speaking, they'll go for dramatic lighting instead of not natural per se, but it's not natural I'm looking for, but more you know, less atmospheric looking, the way you would see in a real market on a real street. You have less of that.
Yeah.
American markets seem to be enjoying the dramatic way more than realism.
I would agree. Yep. It's kind of like they're amazed by the shiny lights.
Yeah. And of course, this might change depending on each generation. Like nowadays, there's a huge roar, like turmoil in I mean, there's a lot of gossip in the industry. It seems like even CBR.com mentioned this a few times, and uh, a lot of kids really enjoy the American manga way of doing things instead of no. So it really depends on what generation by generation the taste change. So right now, the dramatic is in, and who knows what will be next for American comics or comics in general.
Mm-hmm.
Like Koreans with their comic books, you know, we're speaking of webtoons, they are disrupting the number one favorite word of marketing. So webtoons are kind of disrupting the tastes of comic book readers. Like they're coming in real hard with their style of manga.
Koreans are.
Webtoons.
Oh, okay.
Webtoons is Korean. I think Tapas might be as well. I'm not really sure. I mean, Korea really has a strong foot into the digital market compared to other places. And, you know, I don't think it could have happened in Japan, considering how strong the printed manga market is.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Korea seems to be the best bet for webtoons.
Head to Kick. Thank you for that follow. Welcome aboard. So I'm doing a dual stream with Tutor. His online screen name is This Guy's Drawing. Here's a post for his. If you opt to watch on Cadgar, that's what that link is to. So welcome aboard. This is what I do. Let me back out. So I do D&D, monsters, critters, commissions, that kind of stuff. So right now I'm inking this guy. So welcome aboard. Let me say welcome aboard one more time. I think I should do a second one. So I think Falsham took off. Yep, 5:30 is his limit today. He finally had to go to sleep.
Usually, my forte is making people smile or gesturing, but today, like, some days, like, I really can't draw people gesture expression. I mean, sorry.
Yeah. Like to draw. Welcome aboard. Thank you for that follow. I'm dual streaming today. I don't know if you heard that. I was just letting Kid Kick know. So sorry if I'm repeating, but I'm dual streaming with This Guy's Drawing. So there's a link. You want to see what he's up to as well.
I found that it really helps to mimic the expression you are drawing. So if you're drawing someone smiling, smile back at the drawing, or if you are drawing someone being scared, you know.
You kind of transfer the emotion.
Yeah, it really works. Like having the same emotion you are trying to draw.
Mm-hmm.
Surprisingly, it works. At least for me. It's like the saying, getting into the mood.
Yeah.
So when drawing scary things, I think it helps a lot to have a little bit of adrenaline rush to
Add the shake to your strokes. The shakiness. Ah.
Yeah. Like there's a big difference in when I'm stressed, the way the line work looks compared to when I'm calm.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's really visible. Like not in maybe not so easy to interpret, but it's visible. like I can now tell when I was stressed and when I was calm. My lines will be obviously more rough when I'm stressed. You know, a lot of violence to the line work.
Huh, I wonder, now I'm going to think about it, if my lines change because of my attitude. I'll have to keep track of that.
You might be doing the same thing I do. Like when I'm calm, I add a lot of non-essential details. Like right now, as I said this, I was actually being conscious about it and trying to avoid unnecessary details so I can speed up
Right.
my work.
So, to any new followers, if you do have any questions, don't be shy. Just because I'm yapping with Tutor doesn't mean you can't jump in if you want to. No problem at all.
Oop. Just found 2 job offerings on Reddit, speaking of. Let's see.
I think my lines are getting sloppy. So I think I'm going to call it.
Okay, Rob. Thank you for allowing me to join you tonight.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. It's always fun chatting while we're drawing.
Yeah. I concur.
Save first. I'm really happy with this drawing. Remember, like last time when I was drawing, I said it's going in the right direction, but I had a lot of messy lines. And this one's a little step further. The lines aren't quite so messy.
Yeah, it looks great, man. Looks great.
I've got some interesting strokes that are hiding in there. I don't know. Pretty happy
I
with it.
really love the construction. Like the construction is solid, pro level solid.
Let's hope so, right? Trying, man. I'm trying.
I would definitely see this monster in a D&D player handbook.
Yep. Gotta manifest that. Make it happen.
Yeah, man. Do it.
Yeah, part of me wants to finish. Yeah. Alright, so I'm gonna go get a drink. I'm gonna close down my stream, post to Instagram, and head to sleep. So I'll see you next time we get a chance to do this again.
All right.
Good night. Good night, everyone that's in the stream. If you're gonna keep streaming, I'll just raid you.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be on for another hour, then I have to get ready for my doctor appointment.
Okay. Do this. Where's raid? There's raid. Good night, Tavastri. See you next time. There we go. So I got you selected. And I'm going to hit start raid. Doing the countdown. Alright, here comes the raid. See you next time.
See ya.